Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Fort Scott Sports Live. I'm Drake Miller. I'll be taking you through the action this afternoon as we have a doubleheader in basketball here in Arnold Arena. Women up first, followed by the men. Here's game start time set for 1 o'clock, and then the men's start time for 3 o'clock this afternoon. Looking for an action-packed, lost my camera here. But looking for an action-packed day here in Arnold Arena. Let me see if I can get that back up. Well, I'm going to go ahead and send it to a quick break. I'll be right back after this.
How is it so fast?
With Greyhounds multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
Freedom of the press is about your right to know. It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Greyhounds multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Greyhound monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
All right, we are back here in Arnold Arena, set for a couple moments from the opening tip. Highland Community College coming down to Arnold Arena to take on the Greyhounds this afternoon. Getting set for action as right now, the women's team for Highland sitting at 1-8 in conference play. That puts them in dead last, currently sitting at 5-14 on the season. The same amount of losses that the Greyhounds have collected at 14. Only 4 wins for the Lady Greyhounds on the season, but conference play has been a little more gentle to them. 3 of those wins coming from conference play, putting them at 3-6, which puts them in 4th place right now for the Kansas Jayhawk Community College Conference. So not too bad of standings-wise, but this is going to be set to be a very interesting game as these two teams have both had their struggles this season and are looking to bounce into a winning rhythm here at the end to try and just give them a little boost at the end of the regular season and see what they're really capable of. And talking about being capable, this Greyhounds team has certainly had their fair share of struggle, being injuries ineligibilities and whatnot that have just hindered the depth chart of this squad all the way down to a size of only 7 ladies, and not much bigger on the other side, as Highland Community only holds 6 roster spots this afternoon for this contest, so not looking like it's going to be much more lucrative for them on the floor, which that just kind of means that these two teams very similar, very, I guess, synonymous on the season, if you want to put it that way, just being that they have such a limited roster size and are having to work around that limited roster size to try and keep girls on the floor, keep from fouling out. That means a little bit more conservative on defense, means a little bit more conservative offensively, trying to slow the tempo down as well. So we'll get to see what they decide to attack with here now, with Fort Scott being at a bit of a size advantage quantity-wise. And if they elect to try and push the pace and try and keep this rhythm in their own hands this afternoon. Looking at some starting rosters for Highland Community College, we have, starting off, number 1, the 5-foot sophomore guard out of Durham, North Carolina from Hillside. It is Mariah Tucker. Followed by number 11, the 5'7" freshman guard from Rapid City, South Dakota, Brittany Jones. Number 12, the 5'7" freshman guard out of Wentzville, Missouri, Zoe Clark. Number 15, the 5'6" freshman guard out of Seneca, Kansas, Cammie Dellinghouse. And number 35, the 6'2" sophomore post out of Sherman, Texas, Shemaya Johnson. And then also on their roster, outside of the starting 5, they only have one lady riding the bench, and that's number 23, the 5'8" sophomore guard out of Cotopaxi, Colorado, and that's Eden Merrill. On the other side, as of recent, it has been the starting 5 consisting of number 11, Sophia Fedina, followed by number 14, Caitlin Foltz, number 15, Ashley Pula, number 21, Haley Edmondson, and number 22, Jasmine Rousseau, with Mariah Moss and Jada Pascal coming off the bench for the Greyhounds. We'll see if they decide to put Moss back into that starting 5 spot, putting her down at the post to see if she can rattle off a couple of quick points. But Rousseau has been the starter, and why that is, I haven't actually gotten the chance to ask Coach Sturgis, but my speculation is to actually keep Mariah Moss out of foul trouble, I think, which is a very interesting thing at the sound of it, because you can't really plan for the negatives, or they don't tell you to plan for the negatives as a coach. But you think about being on such a limited roster size, and especially limited at that post position, you want to try and keep your top dog in as long as possible. So maybe her just coming off the bench rather than being in that starting lineup is going to help her out just a little bit. So just about 4 minutes away from start as we look at these two teams on the season. We will go ahead and take a break, and we'll be right back after this.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here as part of Fort Scott Community College's John Deere Tech program. Maybe you belong here as part of the perennial playoff-bound Greyhound baseball team. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Selling equipment can be a hassle. Whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire, the time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman and Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 or learn more at BigIronAuctions.com. Call service is outstanding in their field. especially for those that are stuck, well, out standing in their field. Coles carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Coles continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much more. If you're in the market for new tires in Southeast Kansas, make the right call to Coles Service, 620-724-4121. See more at colesservicellc.com. You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation. Bid now, list now at BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Your home for live, local.
And we're back on Fort Scott Sports Live as we're just a couple moments away from the opening tip presented by Crocan. We'll go ahead and touch on some of these stats or recent games from Fort Scott as they cover sophomore night here tonight at Arnold Arena, recognizing all the Lady Greyhounds, as well as we will get to see the men's team as well recognized before that game, but just a couple of sophomores here for the Lady Greyhounds. As we look back, only on currently a 3-game losing streak for Fort Scott. They were on a 3-game win streak away, taking down Highland Community early on, KC and Labette. And then Neosho County, Allen County, and Johnson County all got the best of them by a good amount of points on Neosho and Johnson. Allen County only an 8-point game in that contest, and that was a double loss to Allen County. And some pretty close contests. 12-point game earlier on the 21st of January. We covered that one here in Arnold Arena. And then, of course, only the 8-point losses. They've really been kicking it into gear as of late and putting on some really competitive contests and showing out for this Greyhounds fan base, trying to put together a couple wins at home. They've only got one right now. Tonight, certainly a big opportunity to put together the second and try and get that double win over Highland Community once again here in Arnold Arena for both the men's and the women's team. We'll go ahead and step aside for a moment as we've got the national anthem up next, and we'll be right back after this. And we are back following the national anthem as they're going to call out starting lineups. But looking at this Highland Community schedule, only 5 wins on the season for them. Not much more success than this Lady Greyhounds squad, but obviously falling short of the Greyhounds earlier on. And it's been about the same formula. KCK, Kansas City, Kansas Community College falling short of Highland, Metropolitan Community falling short, as well as trying to look for their other wins, St. Louis Community and Metropolitan as well. So got the best of them twice. Southwestern Community College being their 5th win. And right now on a 2-game losing streak against Labette Community and North Central Missouri College, which is a ranked team right now. And like I said, sitting at 7th in the Kansas Jayhawk Community College Conference. That puts them at a 1-8 record in conference. And Fort Scott sitting at 4th with a 3-6 record, which sitting at 4th out of 7 with only a 3-6 record certainly says a little bit about this conference and what the teams have really been able to do. And it's not been a super competitive season for the Kansas City or the Kansas Jayhawk Community College Conference. Right now you've got Johnson County sitting at 10-0 in conference play, Neosho County at 7-2, Allen County at 7-3, and then it's a pretty big fall off to Fort Scott, which is 3-6, Labette County at 3-7, Kansas City, Kansas at 2-7, and then Highland, Kansas at 1-8. So really right now it's kind of a two separate races that they're running, which is Allen County, Neosho, and Johnson County all kind of running for that top dog spot, whereas Fort Scott, Labette, Kansas City, Kansas, and Highland all trying to get the best of these bottom teams. Right now Fort Scott just happening to have one less loss than Labette County puts them above them on the season, as well as a better win-loss record in total. Out for the jump ball, Shemaya Johnson with Caitlin Foltz. Edmondson gathers the jump ball on the opposite side, and Pulaw starts this one off on the far side. They swing it over to Fedina. Back to Fedina on the close side wing. Edmondson at the point. Foltz trying to drive the base. Tries to kick it across, gets it to Pulaw for the 3. Can't go. Foltz with the board and can't get the putback either. So now taking it down the floor, Mariah Tucker. She works the outside with Cammie Dellinghouse, as well as Brittany Jones. Jones now close to the logo. Fakes the handoff, gives back out to Clark, who tries to drive into the paint, can't put up the shot. Looks like it was tipped, and Foltz was the one to recover it. Now down the floor for the Greyhounds. Edmondson, Foltz for a long 2, just off the rim and out. Tucker slows the tempo here. Now trying to drive against Fedina, puts up a layup underhand. This one bounces off the hands of Johnson and into that of Rousseau. Fedina now pushing the pace. Gets down the floor quickly and finds a driving lane. Jumper from the elbow, and it's cash. Two-0 start here for the Greyhounds. So they work it to the corner with Dellinghouse. Now Clark. Back out to Dellinghouse for the 3. Off the board, won't go. Rebound, and the putback. No dice either, is blocked on the shot from Jones. Dellinghouse puts it over the top for Johnson. This one fought for on the floor and out of bounds on Fort Scott. Dalinghouse now with it. Gets it in to Clark. Clark tries to drive into the paint. This one dances off the rim into the hands of Rousseau. Pula down the floor. Kicks out Fadina for the triple. Just short. Very close on some of these good looks from the Greyhounds. Just unable to get most of them to fall right now. Only one bucket from the floor. Clark goes over the top, too far, and over the head of Johnson. Checking in for Highland will be Eden Merrill for Shemaiah Johnson. So the tallest player on the floor right now, standing at 6'2", comes and takes a seat on the bench for Eden Merrill to take her spot. Foltz with another mid-range jumper. That won't fall. Jones gets the rebound, and now back the other way for Highland Community. Now driving, gets a lane, and fouled by Pula. As her and Coach Sturgis thought she got through that one cleanly. So Jada Pascal will check in after the foul from Pula, take her spot on the floor as Jones with an opportunity from the foul stripe to really put down some points. Try and tie this game up, misses on the first. Now trying to cut the lead in half, and she does so. Pascal over to Rousseau. Edmondson catches it on the far side wing. Looking for an outlet back outside. They get it to Fadina. Rousseau at the point. Over to Pascal for the triple. Just far on that try. Into the hands of Dalinghouse, and now down the floor with Jones. Jones working that far side wing. Over to Clark, who loses it into the hands of Edmondson. Fadina down the floor, tries to find Foltz underneath. Rousseau with a good heads-up play to gather the tip ball. And now Foltz, her shot is blocked by Clark. And Highland takes over once more. Bit of a scoregami we have on our hands here. 2-1. As this one's tipped out by Foltz. Rousseau gathers it, and jump ball called, which will stick with Highland Community. Mariah Moss comes in for Jasmine Rousseau. As another turnover here. Foltz tries for another mid-range two, and that one rattles off the rim. No dice here on this right side of the floor. Now the Scotties take over. As over the top goes for Shemaiah Johnson. And Mariah Moss with a great save keeps it with the Greyhounds. Some great effort there. Giving the Greyhounds another possession. Fadina trying to work it inside. Pascal gets fouled by Johnson. And now Pascal will be headed to the line for two. And one thing that we've been seeing out of this Fort Scott team as of late is on free throws, having all four players back on defense, not even really looking for the rebound, as it's a low percentage look regardless, but what's more important is not getting broken on a fast break play, and also just giving your players a little bit more rest on those free throw opportunities. Tucker looks to drive, loses it into the hands of Moss. And now Fadina takes it across midcourt. Pascal finds Moss, mid-range territory. Now she's gonna try to post up on Johnson, off the glass and in. Good two from Mariah Moss, showing her capabilities down there in the paint. Tucker over to Jones for the three. Cash. Brittany Jones gets the first bucket from the floor for the Scotties at 4:04 on the clock. Almost 6 minutes into this game. They had not found a bucket yet. Now looking to break the ice here. Fadina looking to answer, and she does. Back-to-back threes. Brittany Jones with the first, and Sophia Fadina silences it there. They get it into Merrill. Looking for the corner in, Brittany Jones, and Pascal stuck her foot out. Kickball violation. We've got a media timeout here at 3:26 on the clock. Pula and Rousseau are going to check in. We'll be right back after this on Fort Scott Sports Live.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
And we're back on Fort Scott Sports Live. 4-8 score, 3:26 on the clock. As Merrill searches, or no, that was Dalinghouse, and it's intercepted. Fadina down the floor, lays it off the glass and in for two. A quick two out of the break from Fadina. As Tucker on the far side finds Dalinghouse, and that one blocked by Moss. Fadina now down the floor once again, tries to get it to Pula, and jump ball called. This one will stay with the Greyhounds. Dalinghouse making a great heads-up play there in the paint, trying to pick that ball back up for the Scotties. And now Pascal on the inbound. Scans, gives it to Pula. One dribble, three. Just strong-armed that one. Moss and Johnson on the floor trying to pick it up. Johnson ends up getting the best of it. And down the floor with Jones. Jones over to Tucker. Now finds Clark at the point, and Clark stutter steps just a little too much, and that will be a travel call. Another turnover on Highland Community. Greyhounds take over on their half of the floor. As now Pula trying to work the perimeter here with Fadina. Gets it inside to Moss. Over to Rousseau. Lay in will not go. Just a bit of a sharp angle. And now Tucker down the floor. Clark was looking for a driving lane, but Pula blocks it off. And woo, long distance too from the post player Shemaya Johnson. Showing off her shooting ability. That one was a quick trigger as well. As Pula kicks out, Pascal tries her luck at a three again. Rousseau gets fouled and will be headed to the line. So now Rousseau on the first does not connect. But on the second, gets it to fall. Just trying to watch this interaction between Coach Tana Coleman with Zoe Clark, as things were coming to a bit of a disagreement there. That was the first foul called on Clark of the game, as Tucker drives the paint. Got shifty there, but just couldn't get it to fall through the basket. Pula now gets it over to Pascal. Another shot for three. Won't go, and we've got a foul called underneath on Mariah Moss. So Caitlin Foltz comes back in the game for Moss. Tucker working the outside, guarded by Fadina. Zone defense, looks like a 2-3 here. Typical for Fort Scott, as Dalinghouse goes up and off the hands of Johnson on the attempted board. Out of bounds. Edmondson checks in for Pascal. Pascal will get a rest here at the end of the first. 46 on the game clock, 25 on shot clock now. It's about 17 seconds separation as Fadina pops up a three. Won't go, rebound Johnson. They give it to Johnson, who's looking to pull the trigger from the foul stripe again. This one, traveling very close to that corner of midcourt and out of bounds. Dalinghouse over to Jones. Back to Dalinghouse in the corner, who will go out of bounds. Great defense by Edmondson to hold their own there on the post or on the baseline drive. And now 7 seconds as Fadina speeds down the floor. Looking for an opening. 1 second to go. Got to put it up. She does not get it off in time. Are they going to count it?
Greyhound baseball is in full swing with the 2026 season. The Hounds will travel to Ottawa University next Tuesday, February 23rd.
Did she get it off in time?
The Iowa Lake Series scheduled for next weekend.
So they're going to count it and go check it out on the replay for now. We'll take a break. We'll be right back after this on Fort Scott Sports Live, presented by Crockham.
Your home for live, local sports. Varsity Sports Live delivers professional level coverage with high-quality video and broadcasters that know your schools and community.
Touchdown, Tonganoxie!
With the support of local businesses, you never pay to watch varsity sports. Live, local, free high school sports coverage. That's Varsity Sports Live.
Grass gets it away. Moore's down the middle. And he makes the catch in the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans!
Keep up with the action at varsitysportslive.com. Live, local, free high school sports.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawl Can's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawl Can. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott.
As we're back for quarter 2, they've taken a look at this and now deliberating at midcourt to see what the final call here is, whether or not Fedina brought it to a 13-6 score, and they say no good. She did not get it off in time, and I didn't think so either. I thought it was close, but I thought she was rising up as the buzzer sounded and just didn't quite get it out of her hands. Which, now it's a bit of a mishap here for the scoreboard as it's showing 107. (108-6) right now is what it's displaying. So they're going to see if they can correct this real quick. Well, we'll see if they can. No way, they're going to knock this down by 1. They're going to. Oh, there we go. We've got it reset. Back up to 11. 11-6. And all right, we are ready to go here. After the score change, 11-6. Got the scoreboard correct here in Arnold Arena. Now Dalinghouse works it into Clark, trying to execute on a quick point maneuver, and Clark gets fouled by Rousseau, slipping into the post. It'll be the first team foul of the quarter. That's only the first from Rousseau as well, and now Mariah Moss hitting the scores table, ready to check in. First one's in from Clark. Second one falls true as well.
Checked in for the Greyhounds, number 32, Mariah Moss, Jackson Rousseau.
So Moss comes in for Rousseau as predicted. And Moss immediately making an impact on the game. Gets a quick 2 to go. 13 8. As now Highland trying to work the offense themselves. Jones kicks it to Clark at the stripe. Now Tucker makes one miss, gets it into Johnson. Great ball movement, but can't execute at the rim. Down the floor for the Greyhounds. Inside pass to Moss, now back out to Pulaw. As she tries to drive, foul called, she'll be shooting 2. And now for the second. Does not go either. Very uncharacteristic double miss from Ashley Pulaw from the foul stripe. That's something you see a lot from her, as Jones kicks it to Clark. Now trying to work inside. Rebound Johnson. Put back is good for 2. Now only a 3-point game here, as those free throws looking even more necessary by the minute. And now an offensive control foul. This one I think is going against Fedina, and that it is, for a moving screen. That'll be her first personal. Now working the paint, can't get it to go on the putback. Dalinghouse down the floor, working 1v4. Now opens up the court, can't get it to go on the reverse. Pulaw inside pass to Foltz and catches the defense off guard for another 2. 15-10. As Johnson working the post against Mariah Moss. Now Foltz, mid-range 2, and hers have just been so close. Probably 5 attempts from about that range, just unable to get them to fall through. As Tucker wheels her way back around. Tucker with 3 seconds on the shot clock, pulls the trigger, gets it to hit the rim. A good save by Jones, but it's into the hands of Foltz. Pulaw down the floor. As Foltz works it over to Edmondson. Edmondson looking inside, gets it to Foltz at the mid-range position. Back out to Pulaw on the corner. Now drives. Lays it up, won't go. Moss with the rebound and a great putback. Good answer from the Greyhounds to keep it at a 5-point distance. Tucker out to Dalinghouse. Now Dalinghouse slips her way inside and gets it to go for 2. Deep pass down the floor. Foltz, good answer. This Greyhounds team just holding off the Scotties right now. Keeping it at a 5-point range as we dip inside of 5:30 to go here in the second quarter. Dalinghouse over to Tucker. Over the top to Johnson, who lays it off the glass and in. Pascal loses it, but recollects. Moss will take it from long to range and drains it for 2. Both of these teams shooting lights out offensively right now. I think we're probably 6 for 6 on possessions. through the last 6 from both of these teams. Jones can't get that one to fall, and it's out of bounds on Moss after the rebound, which will keep it on that side of the floor. Got 4:39 on the clock here for quarter number 2, so we will take a break for the media timeout, and we will be right back after this.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know. It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
And we're back. 16-21 is the score. Highland Community looking to carry on the streak of successful possessions here in this game, and Clark does it. A quick 2 off the inbound brings it up to 18-21. Both of these teams coming alive here in the second. As this pass taken away, Tucker with a steal. Works it to Jones. Jones now trying to work the interior and can't get it to fall. Foltz over to Pascal. Pascal loses it. It's over to Fedina. A bit of an unconventional pass and almost connects from range. Tucker takes it down the floor here for the Scotties. Dalinghouse against Foltz. Now out to Merrill. The pass inside will not go, and last be touched by the Greyhounds. So now Johnson will take to the floor, as I believe Zoe Clark was telling her coach, I got something in my eye, I can't see. And Shemaya Johnson double covered right now. They're at the post by Pascal and Rousseau. Jones kind of shook it off there like, no, I'm not throwing it there. Tucker takes to the glass, won't go. And Foltz with the board as Fedina works it down the floor. Pula now catches a travel. And very fortunate there, as Pula's like a slippery snake when she gets into the interior. It's hard to get her to just kind of check up and stop. She seems to just weave her way past defenders and find her way all the way at the post most of those times. As we see a missed shot there from Highland. Back the other way for the Greyhounds. Still only a 3-point game as this one's poked out. Jones with the breakaway. For the Scotties, Pascal gets down the floor, and a big block there from number 3 of the Greyhounds. Fedina works it to her. Had the shot. Surprised not to see her take that, as that's kind of her forte. Foltz gets it to Pascal, who tries to drive, and that one called for a travel as she collides with Johnson there inside. doesn't work out in the Greyhounds' favor. You'd like to see this team put up just maybe a couple more points here. Tucker pulls up from range. Can't get it to go. Rebound Dalinghouse as she fights between Pula and Pascal. And we've got an off-ball foul. Shamaya Johnson collides with Rousseau. Believe that is the second personal from Johnson. That it is. So on the scoreboard it shows 1, but I just saw them correct it, so I don't know if they're going to change it. Pula gets it to Foltz. Foltz pulls up. Mid-range 2 is good to go. Inside of 2 minutes to go here in the first half. Tucker tried to tie it up on the last possession with a long 3 look. Jones now pulling up as the shooter. And an off-ball foul as Jones knocked it down. But Merrill was called for the foul before the shot went up. Referee having some fun with that call too. Made it seem a little less serious, and I think was a little bit frustrating for Coach Tana Coleman in the process because she didn't like the call to begin with. So they get it down low to Johnson. And spin move gets Rousseau off of her, but she can't connect. Johnson having trouble from the post. Kick out, Fadina for the trifecta, and it's just off the front of the rim, no dice. Tucker down the floor, trying to use her speed, and barely keeps herself in bounds. As now wheels her way around, gets fouled, and will be shooting 2. Very unconventional approach for the offensive, with 28 seconds to go here in the second quarter. But puts her at the line nonetheless. First one from Tucker is off the iron, no good. Second upcoming. No good from that either. 0 for 2 from Tucker, who has been a bit on the struggle bus today. Just unable to connect from the floor. And now unable to connect from the line either. 10 seconds. Edmondson, close side wing. 5 and counting. Pula gets it to Foltz. Back out Pascal. She's going to have the final shot and leaves it just a bit short at the buzzer. At the end of the first half, 23-18 is the score. Still a 5-point separation between these two. As we head into halftime, we'll be right back with halftime stats and analysis after this on Fort Scott Sports Live, presented by Croccan.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here as part of Fort Scott Community College's John Deere Tech program. Maybe you belong here as part of the perennial playoff-bound Greyhound baseball team. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Selling equipment can be a hassle. Whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire, the time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman and Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 or learn more at BigIronAuctions.com. Call's service is outstanding in their field, especially for those that are stuck, well, outstanding in their field. Call's carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Call's continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much more. If you're in the market for new tires in Southeast Kansas, make the right call to Call's Service, 620-724-4121. See more at callservicellc.com. You've heard.
And we're back on the Big Iron Auctions halftime show here on Fort Scott Sports Live for the halftime stats and analysis. Right now, both teams shooting below 33% from the field. Highland sitting at 25.9%, 7 of 27, as Fort Scott sits at 10 of 31, which puts them just below at 32.3% on the contest. Three-pointers, it's only been one apiece, 12 attempts from the floor for Fort Scott, but only one connecting. And only 4 attempts from Highland, and only one connecting for them as well, which puts them at 25%, but they would have had a bit of a higher rate had that one from Jones counted, but the off-ball foul rendering that one null. Free throw percentage, couple of left out there's or 2Bs, as I like to call them. Looking at him like, man, some points he could have had. Fort Scott missing out on 4 of their 6 attempts. Right now sitting at only 2 of 6 from the foul stripe, which is not really the number that you're looking to have through a half of basketball, especially in such a close game like this one where you're coming down to a 5-point lead, and at halftime you're trying to put together some kind of extension to pull away from this opposing team and just unable to get it to really formulate anywhere there. But the free throw is not helping you out. You had a couple of chances there with Pula, and I think Rousseau has really been the only one to knock down a couple of them. So that's a couple of could have beens. And then on the Highland side, 3 of 6 for them. So just the same amount of opportunities, but they've only capitalized on 1 more. And you think about these types of games, had Highland connected on 3 on those other 3 free throws, all of a sudden it's only a 2-point game, or even on 1 or 2 of them, just cuts that lead down that much more into maybe 2 short possessions or 1 long possession if you want to view it like that. Turnovers have really been the killer here for the Scotties. 10 turnovers for them, 6 for Fort Scott currently is what they stand at. And then the points off turnovers tell the tale even further. 0 for the Scotties on points off of turnovers, but 7 for Fort Scott. And that's over the difference in the game right now, 23-18. The difference in this game is currently standing at 5. Those points off turnovers at 7. That's the tale. That's telling the story right there. Total rebounds, it's pretty even on both sides, right? Saying, hey, if you want to try again, go ahead. You've only made 1 of your 12, sitting at 8%. So we're willing to take that risk if you want to try. And Fort Scott sticking with their guts and trying regardless. Blocks sitting at 2-0 in favor of Fort Scott. Steals at 4-3 in favor of Fort Scott. Fouls 5 apiece. Bench points, 9 points coming from Fort Scott, and that's mostly, I believe, Mariah Moss as we get down into the personal points, and that it is. Mariah Moss sitting at 8 coming off the bench. The leading scorer for the Greyhounds. Fadina at 7, Foltz at 6. Pascal with 1, Rousseau with 1, and Pula and Edmondson sitting at a donut right now. Donuts for those 2 ladies, which is not very common for them, as Edmondson is kind of the sharpshooter of the group. A lot of times you see her get open on the edge and just really knocked down a big-time three, a big momentum swing three to try and bring this team back into a game or really accelerate that lead even further. And for Pula, she's really a game manager, being able to facilitate the ball as well as work that perimeter and the interior just as effectively. On the other side for Highland, it's about the same spread. You've got Johnson with 8 at the post, 4 for Jones and Clark, 2 for Dalinghouse, and then donuts again for Tucker and Merrill. So that's right now they're just kind of missing that one player with just a couple of points for Highland Community, which has just been in the favor of Fort Scott. They've been able to kind of push the tempo, manage the game a little more in their favor. And right now, looking at the scoring separation, Fort Scott able to win the first quarter, and then Highland matched them 12-12 in the second. So that separation has stayed the same throughout those 2 quarters through this game so far. Going into the second half for Fort Scott, what they're going to need to do is keep working that post. Mariah Moss is really feeling herself today. Rousseau's gathering a couple good boards. Foltz has got some opportunities. If those fall, this game's completely different there for Caitlin Foltz. She's the leading scorer if even half of those fall. So for her, I would say just staying confident from that mid-range position and even just trying to work to the interior for herself as well and gather some rebounds, get some putbacks. Mariah Moss doing a great job. Rousseau, like I said, getting a couple of rebounds, looking for her to either get the putbacks or kick out to a guard like Pula or Fedina to try and see if they can put something together from the perimeter. A lot of different scenarios that this Fort Scott Greyhounds team has started to adapt to in this game, and they've created a big availability for themselves on offense. So looking forward to this second half. Highland, on the other hand, I would also say kind of just keep doing what you were doing there in the second quarter. You ended up matching the Greyhounds and really kind of forcing their hand and pressing the narrative offensively. So for them, I would say keep trying what has been working. Get those offensive rebounds, get those second chance opportunities. I'd like to see that out of both of these teams a little bit more, the second chance opportunities. But right now, Fort Scott really the only one that has been able to get those offensively. So we're looking to see Highland maybe get a couple of those here in the second half if they want to try to reel this game back into their grasp. With that being said, we'll go ahead and take one more short break. We'll be right back before the second half of action for a quick analysis, and then second half underway. Stay tuned after this as we will have the post-game coaches interview and then the men's game up next after the women's game. So don't go anywhere. We have plenty of action here this afternoon on Fort Scott Sports Live.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom
Reaching residential areas?
and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds Band or Theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Back on the halftime show for Fort Scott Sports Live. We've got about 3.5 minutes until the second half starts up here in Arnold Arena. I wanted to talk about some of the incentives for both of these teams to try and win this game here tonight. Currently for Highland Community, you've only got 3 games, including this one, remaining. So right now with a 1-8 conference record, if they were able to win out, they would actually have a chance at jumping up to the top spot in the conference, which is a pretty big deal, or at least be tied for that top spot. Now, I haven't really looked into all the head-to-heads and whatnot and whether or not, but they could easily jump up at least 2 spots if they win out this season, which would be 3 wins. Now, granted, next up on their schedule is Neosho County and Allen County, who are both in the top 3 of this conference, which sit at 7-2 and 7-3 respectively. But still, you give yourself a chance, and not only that, but if you win today, you're tied for 6th, or tied for last instead of being solo last with Kansas City, Kansas. So that's something to keep in mind, and they would have that head-to-head, so they would actually be a little bit above them. For Fort Scott, it's trying to hang on to that 4th place spot, being right there, stay in the top, quote-unquote, 50% in the Kansas Jayhawk Community College Conference. That is just a mouthful, man. But trying to maintain that top spot as Labette County and Kansas City, Kansas are right behind them. Kansas City, Kansas sitting at 2-7. Labette County sitting at 3-7. Fort Scott at 3-6. You get the win today. Next up on your schedule, as we look down at the remaining games. Next up, you have Kansas City, Kansas, who you know you are capable of beating, and then Labette. So Labette's going to be a game that you're looking to take down. That may end up being kind of a decider, who takes the 4th seed and who takes the 5th seed there, and maybe even that Kansas City, Kansas game holding some implications as well if Kansas City, Kansas is able to put together a win throughout their last 3 games as well. So some big implications tonight. This is kind of the start of the end, as I like to put it, as this tight race comes to a close. Comes to a close here in the Kansas Jayhawk Community College Conference. Just a minute out from the second half. We talked about what these teams are going to need to do to take home the victory. We'll see what Coach Coleman and Coach Sturgis have set for us in this second half, and what they're looking to do with their players to get this thing started and really either extend the gap that Fort Scott's manufactured through the first half, or for Highland, close that in and make it very manageable by the 4th. And I think that's the key. 3rd quarter, you're not too worried about taking the lead. You want to give yourself a chance going into the 4th to get fired up, get some momentum rolling in a tense battle, and just take the lead commandingly in the final minutes of this game, because that's all that matters. Doesn't matter if you led through the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. You got to lead through the 4th. 10 minutes on the clock here for quarter number 3 as we get set underway. Fedina working the perimeter. Rousseau over to Pua. Pua drives in. A bounce pass to Rousseau. Off the rim and no good. High arching layup. That one's like a jackknife in the air. And that one tapped out by Foltz. Good heads-up play to slow down the momentum of Dalinghouse as she was driving the paint. Jones takes a 3. I believe it was tipped. And actually, they said it was a 2, so I misspoke on that. But now the over-the-top pass to Johnson won't go. Jones tries to pick up the rebound, and it's out of bounds. Greyhounds take over After a good offensive possession there from Highland, just unable to get anything to fall. Now Fedina across the court to Pula. Pula trying to work it inside. Back out to Rousseau and Foltz. All five playing on the perimeter against this 2-3 zone. Looks like a bit of a modified 2-3 zone. Tucker playing face-to-face with Edmondson as Pula pulls up from the foul stripe and won't get it to go over the top of Johnson. Tucker calling for a bit of a spread here on the perimeter. This one tipped by Edmondson. Almost picked up by Pula, but Edmondson recovers. Now Fedina down the floor. We'll check up at the perimeter and now set up the offense. Edmondson looking to drive, kicks it back over to Foltz. Now Pula catches a screen. Back over to Fedina, who pops up for a three and can't get it to fall. And one of the cons of running this super wide perimeter offense is no rebounding capabilities unless that thing just really rips off the rim and pops back out to the perimeter. Dalinghouse was looking for Johnson there in the post. Now gets it to her, and Johnson spins it in. Cuts it down to a 3-point lead with the first bucket of the quarter. 2.5 minutes in. Pula over to Edmondson, and now Fedina finds it again. Had an opening for a three. Rousseau nearly loses it. Foltz tries to pick it up off the floor, and it'll be a jump ball, which will go back to Highland. Scotties take over, and now a chance for them to try and tie this ball game up. And now Jones will come over to the bench. As it looks like she's got a little bit of blood. This is the second time Jones has had to get wrapped up for blood. And this time right around the elbow of her shooting arm. Earlier it was around the hand and wrist of her left hand as Johnson loses this. So now I wonder if that kind of hinders your ability to shoot or just makes it a little bit weirder for Jones, as she's been kind of the sharpshooter for this Highland team. Edmondson over to Fedina. Pops up for another three. That one won't go. She grabs her own rebound and gets collided with Clark. And Johnson as well catches a piece of that action. This foul goes against Clark, as Jones will check back in right after getting wrapped up. And Tucker will take a seat on the bench. Get a little bit of rest for a moment. They get it in. Fedina from the corner. Can't connect. Rebound Moss. Moss now trying to dive the boards. Kicks out to Pula. Pula gets it to Fedina. Over to Moss. A great find. And in for two. Great heads-up play from Fedina. Collides with two defenders, Merrill and Johnson, and then passes it over to Moss. The open look for two, and now a great answer from Dalinghouse of the Scotties. Now trying to maintain that at a 3-point lead for Fort Scott. Edmondson over to Pula. Now Moss out to Fedina. Pula looking to drive, kicks out, Foltz from the mid-range, hard off the rim, won't go, and then hard off of her knee on the attempted board. into the hands of Dalinghouse. Now Merrill trying to work the inside, guarded by Edmondson. Kicks back out to Clark. Clark now looking to drive, takes to the paint, can't get it, rebound Fultz. Fedina, deep ball down to Pula. Pula tries to spin and gets blocked by Jones. Out to Merrill. Jones takes the three, can't connect. Dalinghouse tries to put it back, blocked by Moss, but she recollects and gets the two. Now only a 1-point game. Inside of 5 to go here in the third. Fedina finds Fultz, mid-range territory. Over to Fedina, now cross court to Pula as that one was tipped out of bounds. And they will say it's headed the other way. Scotties take over with a 1-point deficit. Media timeout on the floor as we will step aside for a moment and be right back on Fort Scott Sports Live, presented by Croccan.
You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation. Bid now, list now at BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Couple of made doubles, a turnover after an out-of-bounds pass, and then parlay that with the fact that the Highland Community Scotties get a media timeout right after to really develop an offensive plan here on this possession to try and take the lead. Very fortunate timing for them as they will try to execute here and take the lead for the first time today. They haven't had it at all. Fort Scott started out with a lead and then was not willing to give it back up, and now Pulaw catches a foul underneath. Dalinghouse headed to the line to shoot two. And what an opportunity this is. And misses on the first to try and tie it up. Still a chance. Each free throw just as valuable as the next, and Dalinghouse knocks down the second to tie this one up at 25 apiece. Pulaw working the perimeter. Bit of a dry spell here for the Greyhounds. Pulaw, close side wing, looks to drive, kick out Fedina, long two, can't connect as it dances around the rim and out. Tucker now down the floor. Looking to drive the paint and she loses it. Rousseau picks up and delivers to Fedina. Pulaw dishes to Moss at the foul stripe, trying to find Rousseau, and out of bounds. Very close on the save. But another substitution now with that stoppage in play as Mariah Tucker hits the bench again for Shemaiah Johnson. Johnson comes back onto the floor. Clark weaves her way around Fedina, and it's knocked out of bounds on the attempted rebound. And frustration ensuing as both teams just unable to find the bottom of the bucket. Fedina wheels her way around into the corner. Pass off the foot of Merrill. Now over to Pulaw. Rousseau looks to drive, kick out. Fedina for the three, connects! Sophia Fedina opens up the scoring for Fort Scott here in the third. 2:48 on the clock, and once again a three-point lead for the Greyhounds. Pascal gets the turnover on the attempted save. Now Fedina will take the point again. Works it to Moss at the stripe. Pulaw, close side wing, back inside. Elbow out to Pascal as she collides, and Clark draws a foul. Charge foul called against Jada Pascal. Clark super excited after that one. Trying to get the energy up here for these Scotties. Still only a three-point game as they've closed the distance by 2 here in this quarter. Merrill steps out to the perimeter. Delivers and dribbled out of bounds, but not without a foul first. And Pulaw says that's a bunch of baloney. Frustrated after the last 2 fouls that have been called against her. That was her second, so back-to-back almost for Ashley Pulaw. As Dalinghouse delivers to Jones. Jones over to Dalinghouse. Hand off to Clark. She tries to work her way inside, puts up a 2 and is fouled in the process. We'll see who this one goes against. It will be Jada Pascal credited with that one. So now she collects her second foul of the contest. Following the charge on the offensive possession not too long ago, maybe only 1 or 2 ago. And Clark continues with the foul stripe woes, as neither team really able to fully execute from the free throw line. Fedina over to Pascal. Pascal has Fedina wide open at the point. Finally delivers, but a little too late. Moss finds it at the elbow, trying to work it inside, kick out, back around to Pascal, who takes a step inside, and 2 from the foul stripe does not go, swirls out. Dalinghouse down the floor here for Highland. Merrill. Clark. Dalinghouse now trying to work the point. Shot from Jones, trying to knock down a triple, and that one gets out of bounds before anybody's able to reach it. Merrill in pursuit. 28-26 as we get close to the final 60 here in the third. Rousseau checks out for Caitlin Foltz. Everybody else pretty well staying the same. As Fedina now working a quick moving offense. Moss out to Pascal. Pascal off of her foot and out of bounds. Another opportunity here for the Scotties to try and tie this ball game up, or potentially take a lead with a big bucket. Jones down the floor, over the top to Johnson. It does land. Back out to Jones as she drives. Now tries to spin against Pascal, off the glass, no dice. Pascal gets it over to Fedina. Across midcourt, now Moss finds Edmondson. Works it over to Fedina on the far side. Everybody's touched it on this possession. Now who to take the shot? Pascal finds Foltz in mid-range territory. Dangerous pass to Edmondson, but it does stay with the Greyhounds. Foltz tries for the mid-range two and can't connect. And that will be the buzzer as time was ticking down. Fort Scott was in no danger of the buzzer sounding on their possession, but a bit quick off of the rebound as a 2-point game coming down the wire. 10 minutes to go here in this contest. We'll be right back on Fort Scott Sports Live after this.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
And we're back on Fort Scott Sports Live. 2-point game coming down the wire here in the fourth. Greyhounds looking to claim their second home victory, or the Lady Greyhounds looking to claim their second home victory here this afternoon. On a colder Saturday, man, it's been a weird week for weather. Glad we're indoors. As Foltz hands off to Pascal, and we've got a whistle blown here. I think they're going to change the clock here or adjust. As Foltz now once again hands off Pascal, Edmondson, Pua. Only one who hasn't touched it is Moss. Edmondson gets it to her. Moss cross court to Pascal, and Foltz delivers on the 2. I got to tell you, that pass from Mariah Moss all the way across the court looked a little Mahomey. An absolute bullet to Pascal. Right over a couple defenders in the process. Clark trying to work it inside to the paint. Lays it off the glass and foul called. Jada Pascal credited with her 3rd foul. So now as we look at individual stats here for Fort Scott, Pascal and Pula both sitting at 3 fouls apiece, both in semi-foul trouble. Fedina at 2 as Clark knocks down the free throw. Everybody else at 1 or fewer for Fort Scott. For Highland, 2 or fewer for everybody. Shemaiah Johnson and Zoe Clark each at 2 apiece. Foltz, Pascal, cross court to Pula. As they find Foltz, mid-range territory. Pascal wanted the 3. Surprised she didn't take it. Foltz takes a mid-range 2 to try and add on. Can't connect. Still a 3-point game here. As Dalinghouse trying to look for Shemaiah Johnson at the post. Now works it inside. Kick out Merrill and around to Clark. Now over the top. Johnson receives it and gets fouled on the attempted two. So now Shemaya Johnson will be tested of her free throw shooting capabilities on her first visit of the afternoon. Pascal and Moss both check out. Moss collecting only her first foul of the contest. Rousseau and Fedina come back on the floor after a bit of an extended break there through the end of the third. And Johnson unable to connect on her first. Johnson for the second, no dice on that either. Pula goes down the floor. A chance to bring it to a 1-point game, but it stands at 3. Now Fort Scott with an opportunity to extend. Fultz, mid-range 2, can't get it to go. Hard off the rim and rebound Merrill. Jones trying to work the underneath. Hands off to Clark. Clark trying to work against Fedina. Now goes up, can't get it to fall. Rebound Rousseau. Fedina kicks it over, and now inside. Rousseau trying to work against Johnson. This one's loose into the hands of Clark. They slow the pace here for Highland. And now this one hits the deck. Rolls off the foot of Dalinghouse. And Mariah Tucker will come in for Shemaya Johnson, who has been playing a physical game there down at the post. Fedina over the top to Rousseau. It's batted by Clark into the hands of Dalinghouse, who takes it around to the corner, trying to get around Fedina. Jones now looking for an opening at the elbow. Delivers to Clark. Now Clark will get fouled. And wincing in pain, looking a little discombobulated after hitting the deck there for Zoe Clark. I thought they called that a shooting foul as well, but seems like they're just going to keep it at a foul on the floor. Still a 3-point game as Tucker gets the inbound. Inside of 7 to go here in the fourth. Tucker lays it off the glass and in for 2. Back to a 1-point game as Moss will look to check in. Shemaya Johnson will join her at the scores table. Pula gets the call inside and can't work past 3 defenders. Clark, Merrill, and Tucker all there to play defense on that attempted drive. Dalinghouse trying to work the interior off the glass. Can't get the rim. Fultz with the rebound. Fedina back the other way. Trying to weave her way through the defense. It's pickpocketed by Tucker. Over the top to Dalinghouse. The layup. And that is the first lead we have seen from Highland Community in this game. And Coach Sturgis wants a timeout, rightfully so. Wants a second to talk to her girls and get them straightened away as things just not going in the direction of the Greyhounds here on sophomore night. We'll take a break. We'll be right back after this on Fort Scott Sports Live.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Your home for live, local sports. Varsity Sports Live delivers professional level coverage with high-quality video and broadcasters that know your schools and community.
Touchdown, Tonganoxie!
With the support of local businesses, you never pay to watch varsity sports. Live, local, free high school sports coverage. That's Varsity Sports Live.
Grass gets it away. Moore's down the middle. And he makes the catch in the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans!
Keep up with the action at varsitysportslive.com. Live, local, free high school sports.
Today we're going to do an experiment.
5:39 remaining. Highland Scotties collecting their first lead of the game. After doing what I had said in the third, making a very manageable fourth quarter attempt after bringing it to only a 2-point game, and now a 1-point game in their favor, with Fort Scott sitting at 3 fouls as well. Something to take note of, as they are only 1 foul away from putting this team into bonus. Pula makes a great move inside, but just can't get the ball to fall through the rim. Scotties take over. Dalinghouse over to Tucker. Now they'll slow things down here as Jones looked like she was ready to fire from the perimeter. 10 on the shot clock. Tucker knifes her way inside, but it's loose. Pula picks up and delivers to Pascal. Hand off Edmondson for the three, and she's fouled. Tucker called for a foul on the three-point shot. And what a punishing foul that is. Only the first team foul, first personal as well, as now Edmondson has 3 attempts to tie this one up. If she makes it here, has a chance to take the lead, and she does. Big free throw opportunity for Haley Edmondson. 4:51 to go, and does not connect on 2, but gets the 1. Now back to even. Game squared at 31 apiece. Jones at the post, trying to work against Foltz. Takes it back out to the perimeter. 2 seconds as a timeout is called by Coach Coleman. This is going to have to be pretty close to an inbound and a shot here from the Scotties. We'll keep it here for this timeout for the time being. Tie ball game. Looking across some of these stats right now. Shemaya Johnson out in front for Highland Community as she sits at 10 points on the game. Tied for the leading scorer on the contest with both Sophia Fedina and Mariah Moss. Fedina with a pair of threes, as well as Moss with a collection of 2s down there at the post. Both of them only at 2 fouls apiece and no danger of really fouling out. Really, nobody in any immediate danger for now of fouling out, as we still have 4.5 minutes to go. Things can certainly turn around. We've seen players get back-to-back fouls in only 30 seconds. So, still possible, but really, this is what you like to see out of Coach Sturgis, as this season fouls have kind of been a little bit punishing. It's been something that this team has struggled with quite a bit with the limited roster size, trying to put together some good offensive possessions and good rotations as well with some players just being in immediate foul trouble off the bat, and now that one ends up in the hands of Fultz off the glass, doesn't even catch the rim. Would have been a shot clock violation regardless, as they get it to Moss. The inside pass taken away by Clark. Only Edmondson out in front as Clark stops it and out of bounds on Pula. .403. Some quick possessions here for both of these teams as Dalinghouse gets the call from the outside for three, and it falls. Nobody down the floor, got to get the inbound. As Pula gets it to Edmondson, and now will take it down the floor herself. Over to Pascal. Fultz, cross court to Pula, trying to answer, and does not, just comes up a little bit short, or a little long, I should say, as that one was off the back iron. Over the top, Johnson gets the two, tacks it up to a 5-point lead after a scoring drought from this Greyhounds team, winding down into the final 3 minutes. Moss takes a shot from the stripe, doesn't fall. Fultz gathers it and draws a foul in the process. Goes against Mariah Tucker. Fadina checks in for Pascal. Maybe trying to bring in some of that perimeter shooting capability, and there it is. Fadina trying to open up a three. Moss gets the rebound and is fouled on the putback. And we will see who this foul goes against. As Moss knocks down the first of her free throws. Chance to bring it back to only one possession. That foul was called against Jones. Receiving only her first. Highland keeping themselves in a good spot for foul trouble in this contest. 33-36, poked out by Edmondson, and it's off of her hands, out of bounds. Great heads-up play by Edmondson to knock it out of the hands of Johnson. As now another inbound here as Jones gets it in. Dalinghouse inside to Johnson, goes up and gets fouled. Moss in disagreement with that. As Johnson heads to the line. Had a pretty lackluster trip earlier in this contest. Went 0 for 2, now grabs one. It's really all she needed, though, to try and make it a two-possession game as Fadina tries to speed her way down the floor. 2.5 minutes to go. Fadina works her way out to the far side. Now the pass inside, taken away by Jones. Big opportunity coming up here for the Scotties as Jones dribbles it back out to the perimeter. Clark. Pass from Tucker to Jones as she tries to drive inside and does not get the two to fall. Pula with the rebound, 2 minutes. Pula finds a driving lane, delivers to Fultz, and drops in a two. Timeout called by Coach Sturgis. She wants a quick break here in a 2-point contest. with just under 2 to go. Only 6 seconds from rebound to bucket there from Pulaw to Fultz. We'll step aside for a moment. We'll be right back.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler.
Back on Fort Scott Sports Live. 1:54 here remaining in this contest. And the question now is, what time do you say it's 100 or nothing for Coach Sturgis to try and close out sophomore night with a win? Over to Tucker. That pass deflected and picked up by Edmondson. Pulaw gets to the glass. All the way from steal to layup. And now a tie ball game once more with momentum in the Greyhounds' favor. The sixth man stepping up now as everybody starts to get loud. Foul on the floor. Moss. I thought they said that was on the floor, but now Zoe Clark shooting 2 here, knocks down the first. Clark only with 6 points on the contest before that. Was 5 for 7 from the free throw line, and now 6 for 8. A good double there for the Scotties as they get it inside. Out to Pulaw for the 3. Can't go. Dalinghouse with the rebound. Looking to work down the floor in the final 60 here. 22 on the shot clock. Dalinghouse gets it out to Tucker, trying to drive, and it's picked away. Pulaw with the steal. 2 Highland community players standing down floor as Clark picks up the rebound. Pulaw gets the takeaway, has an opening to the rim, can't get it. The putback, no. Moss fouled and one. My goodness. A hard-fought 2 from the Greyhounds. For a second, you thought they weren't gonna get it. And then not only do they connect, but they get the and one, and now Highland will more than likely get the final say here on offense. Moss, first, her only connects, gets the lead to the Greyhounds. She has been phenomenal from the foul stripe all season. Tonight, perfect from the free throw line. 3 for 3. What a game here in Arnold Arena. With only 32 seconds remaining. What is Coach Tana Coleman and her squad of Scotties drawing up here on this potentially game-ending possession? Now the huge asterisk here for Fort Scott is you cannot afford a foul. The timeout does bring him across midcourt. but you cannot afford to foul. You have this team in bonus, so a foul sends them to the stripe as Dalinghouse tries to work inside. Steps back out. 20 on the clock. And an off-ball foul! Tucker with a moving screen. A colossal mistake here in the final seconds of the fourth. And now Jones will foul Pula and send her to the line. Fadina looking fatigued over there on the opposite side of the floor. Surely something to acknowledge. As Pula heads to the line right now on this contest. Ashley Pula has shot 0 for 2 from the stripe. Realistically, you need one. Gets it. Now this one for a little added comfort. This guarantees, or pretty well guarantees, that you cannot lose in regular time. It doesn't get it. It rattles off the rim. Timeout called by Coach Coleman. 14 seconds remaining. They will keep it at a 30-second timeout. And now once again, the question here, as you look at Highland, you've only got 8 attempts from the perimeter, 2 of which have fallen, a 25% chance. I'd say you work it inside. Try to force an and one if you could. But other than that, either get your free throws or get the bucket to fall and send this one into a fifth quarter. Shemaya Johnson on the inbound. Surprising to see this, as you'd expect her to be posted up. Pula. Commits a foul. And now Tucker, no, Jones will get free throws. Wow. Jones went 1 for 2 on her last visit. Does she have what it takes to get it done here in front of a roaring band section to try and tie this game up? Not too bad of a foul, though, out of Fort Scott, especially if this one doesn't fall. This one rattles and falls through, as now Coach Sturgis going to take a timeout herself. This one will be a full. Now she will get the chance to draw something up from their side of the floor to try and put this game away at 41 apiece. "13 seconds, only 1 second drained off of the inbound," which was just such an interesting call and such a low fouling game that we've seen this afternoon. But now for a chance to put this one on ice here on sophomore night for the Greyhounds. And I gotta say, if I'm choosing someone to take the shots, it's gotta be Mariah Moss underneath. Because regardless of if she gets fouled, gets to head to the line or not, she's gonna make it. I've got full-fledged confidence that Mariah Moss has what it takes, the clutch gene, to knock down a 2 and end this ball game. Question is, do you try to waste time, or do you take the first opportunity that you get at the rim? And I'd say, honestly, if you get any kind of look inside, you take it. Fedina, 9 seconds. Catches a screen up top. Has Foltz, kicks it to her. Foltz takes a step inside for the game, and it's off the rim into overtime. And we will see you in quarter number 5 after this break on Fort Scott Sports Live.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here as part of Fort Scott Community College's John Deere Tech program. Maybe you belong here as part of the perennial playoff-bound Greyhound baseball team. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Selling equipment can be a hassle.
And we're back. Fourth quarter getting set here on Fort Scott Sports Live.
Setting the jump for the Scotties, Shamaya Johnson. Jumping for the Greyhounds, Caitlin Foltz.
5 minutes to play here in the fourth, or in the fifth, I should say, OT. And here's Pula. Over to Fedina. Foltz. Back around to the outside. Now Moss kicks out to Pula. Across and around. Fedina for the 2. Can't connect. Moss fighting for the rebound and a foul called. It will stay here as Moss caught a hand from what looked to be Jones. Jones hit the deck and now looking a little discombobulated getting up. As Merrill Moss, the first one off the rim, her first miss from the free throw line. But cashes in on the second. Gets the Greyhounds a lead here in overtime. 4:30 as they give it over. Tucker back to Dalinghouse. Now Clark trying to drive against Moss off the rim, no dice. Moss with the rebound. Pula to take it down the floor. Fedina keeping it on the perimeter. This one almost picked away by Tucker. As Moss receives it, elbow shot. Won't go, rebound Clark. Dalinghouse works it inside to Tucker. Or no, Clark, that is. And Clark gets the 2. Gives the lead back to the Scotties. Foltz. Back around to Pula. And now Fedina at the point. Her pass tipped away. And now a down court pass to Dalinghouse, who lays it in. That extends the lead to 3. Now with a little added work here for the Greyhounds. Pula scanning the court, getting the call from Coach Sturgis. Nobody moving. This offense going stagnant here in overtime as Foltz finally rotates around, gets the pass and off the rim. Tucker now slowing things down, trying to drain this clock as much as possible. Dalinghouse guarded by Fedina. And a 3-second violation as Coach Sturgis was calling for it. Dalinghouse had hung on to it for too long. So now down the floor for the Greyhounds. Another chance to try and close up this lead of the Scotties. Pula, interior passes stripped away by Dalinghouse. Now down to Tucker. Tucker gives off Dalinghouse. And Fedina called for a foul, which will send Dalinghouse to the line. And Fedina, that will be her 3rd. Dalinghouse on the contest is 1 for 2 from the stripe. Off the back iron and out. Now for the second. That's short. Misses on both opportunities. As Fedina works it to Foltz. Now moving quickly here on offense. Got to keep it moving. As Foltz kicks it out, Edmondson. Foltz for the mid-range 2, can't cash in. Rebound, Clark. 1.5 minutes to go. Tucker over the head to Johnson, who gets it off the glass and in for 2. Timeout by Coach Sturgis. A 5-point lead here for the Scotties, as they look to put away a heartbreaker here in Arnold Arena with only 81 seconds to go. Keep it here for the moment. As we look at if anybody is in immediate foul trouble, that is Ashley Pula and Mariah Moss, both sitting at 4 apiece on the contest. And if I gotta tell a story here, it's gonna be missed free throws, man. Only 8 of 16 from the line for Fort Scott, 11 of 20 for Highland. This could be a completely different game if both of these teams managed, or if one of these teams managed to knock down the free throw opportunities that they were given. Rousseau kicks out, foul called before. So now Jasmine Rousseau will be headed to the line to shoot 2. Rousseau is 1 for 2 from the line on her previous trip. And Rousseau's rattles out a lid on the bucket here with just over a minute to go. The second falls. Brings it to a 4-point game, and now Jones trying to boost her way past the defense, gets it to Johnson. Off the glass, won't go. That's what you needed if you're Fort Scott. Pula trying to push her way down the floor. Got to move quickly. Edmondson to Fadina. Pulls up for 3. Drains it. 1-point game. And a timeout called as Coach Sturgis gives a hug to the official. She wanted to make sure she got it called. No more timeouts for the Greyhounds, only 2 for the Scotties in a 1-point contest. Now, the fortunate part about this is that regardless of if they drain all the time off the shot clock, if Fort Scott is able to get a rebound on a missed shot or see a made shot through, they will get a chance with an offensive possession with approximately 17 seconds left. So another timeout called. 30 seconds from Coach Coleman of the Scotties. And man, could not draw this one up much closer. Coming down the wire here on sophomore night to try and close out the second home victory for this Lady Greyhounds team. Jones with the inbound here on the Highland side. Gets it in to Dalinghouse. Hand off to Tucker as they will try to milk this clock down to that 17-second mark. And we've got a foul on Rousseau. Now, not the worst thing that could happen. Shemaya Johnson headed to the line. She's 1 for 4 on the day. We'll see what she can do on her 2 attempts here. First one in. .35 seconds on the game clock. You've got to get this rebound if it's a missed free throw. That's the key here. It cannot end up in the hands of the Scotties, and it does not. It falls out. Pula gathers. And now a 2-point game. Catches a screen from Rousseau. Delivers to Edmondson. Back up top to Pula. 16 seconds. Pula looking to drive. Kicks out. Fadina for the 3. Can't get it to go. This one saved by Jones. You've got a foul. 7 seconds. And Fultz fouls Tucker on the way down the floor. 5 seconds to go. And now Tucker, making both of these, puts the game on ice. First one does not go. Do they give the Greyhounds. A Hail Mary long shot here at the end of the game. Yes, they do. Pua. What is the call here? No way. Fadina sends Tucker back to the line. No way. A whistle in that moment, and Tucker continues with the woes here. Now the same scenario. Will the Greyhounds have a Hail Mary chance at this ball game? Lane violation, it's no good. They stepped in early. My goodness, what a script here we have in Arnold Arena. Rousseau on the inbound, gets it to Pula. 3, 2, 1, it's blocked. Dalinghouse with a huge block at the end of the game. Probably could have relayed it to Fadina for a better shot. But too many opportunities by both of these teams to try and close this game out. And neither able to get it fully done until the end. That is it for the women's game. We will step aside here on Fort Scott Sports Live. We'll be right back with the men's game up next here in Arnold Arena. Stay tuned. We'll be here for another.
Selling equipment can be a hassle. Whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire, the time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman and Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 or learn more at BigIronAuctions.com. Call's service is outstanding in their field, especially for those that are stuck, outstanding in their field. Call's carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Call's continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much.
And we're back on the post-game show here with Coach Sturgis. Coach, here on sophomore night, coming up just short in overtime in such an intense battle, physical down low. What are your thoughts on the game today?
I think we may have been a tad bit distracted from all the festivities and everything. Coach Sturgis didn't do probably a good enough job to make sure that they were prepared for today.
Well, as we look across at some of these stats at the players, Mariah Moss having a huge game. I believe she was the leading scorer, if I can get to it here. Leading scorer at 16. Fadina knocking down a couple of threes, some big-time threes there at the end as well. This team, I know you guys have had a lot of troubles throughout this season with the roster size, being with injuries and whatnot, and just having to work around that. It's really been coming together here, especially offensively. Do you have any thoughts on the way the offense performed tonight?
I think we were a little stagnant tonight. We got some great looks. We just didn't knock them down. And I believe in them. Kaylin got a lot of wide open shots and she just missed them. And I as a head coach and her as a sophomore, I would love for her to take them again.
Yeah. And then defensively as well, we look at the turnovers here and forcing 23 turnovers against this Scotties team. as well as collecting 16 points off of turnovers, kind of turning your defense into the offense, where you say in kind of a game where the offense may have grown a little bit stagnant. Is that something that you guys have been working on with? I know you've been incorporating more of zone plays there for down the half-court defense.
I mean, man, they make 1,000 shots a week, and I'm sitting there watching them make shots.
Yeah.
I as a coach have to live with it because I know that they're putting in the work.
Yeah. Well, Coach, once again, we look forward to covering you guys further here on Fort Scott Sports Live. Thank you for joining us here on the post-game show and sharing your thoughts after the game. And once again, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for what you do.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Appreciate you, Coach. That was Coach Sturgis on the post-game show here for the women's team. Up next, the men's game. The Greyhounds sitting at a pretty solid record. They did just hit a bit of a losing streak, now on a 3-game losing streak for this season after playing those teams that we talked about in the girls' game. I believe it was Lebec County, Johnson County, and I can't remember the third. I'm pulling it up right now, trying to transition from women's to men's. Johnson County, Allen County, and Neosho County all getting the best of them. That Neosho County game, a very close one, ending 64-56. It was hard fought, but now you face off against Highland Community, which, once again, a big-time opportunity for this boys team to try and take down another victory. We'll take a break. We'll be right back after this.
Call service is outstanding in their field, especially for those that are stuck, well, outstanding in their field. Calls carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Calls continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much more. If you're in the market for new tires in Southeast Kansas, make the right call to Call Service, 620-724-4121. See more at callservicellc.com. You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation. Bid now, list now at BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Your home for live, local sports. Varsity Sports Live delivers professional level coverage with high-quality video and broadcasters that know your schools and community.
Touchdown, Tonganoxie!
With the support of local businesses, you never pay to watch varsity sports. Live, local, free high school sports coverage. That's Varsity Sports Live.
Rass gets it away. Moore's down the middle. And he makes the catch in the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans!
Keep up with the action at varsitysportslive.com. Live, local, free high school sports.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here as part of Fort Scott Community College's John Deere Tech program. Maybe you belong here as part of the perennial playoff-bound Greyhound baseball team. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Selling equipment can be a hassle. Whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire, the time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman and Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 or learn more at BigIronAuctions.com. Call's service is outstanding in their field, especially for those that are stuck, well, outstanding in their field. Call's carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Call's continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much more. If you're in the market for new tires in Southeast Kansas, make the right call to Call's Service, 620-724-4121. See more at callservicellc.com. You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation. Bid now, list now at BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Your home for live, local sports. Varsity Sports Live delivers professional level coverage with high-quality video and broadcasters that know your schools, and with the support of local businesses, you never pay to watch varsity sports. Live, local, free high school sports coverage. That's Varsity Sports Live.
Grass gets it away. Moore's down the middle, and he makes the catch in the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans.
Keep up with the action at varsitysportslive.com. Live, local, free high school sports.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast CrawlCan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the CrawlCan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here as part of Fort Scott Community College's John Deere Tech program. Maybe you belong here as part of the perennial playoff-bound Greyhound baseball team. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Selling equipment can be a hassle. Whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire, the time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman and Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at...
And we're back for the pregame show here for the men's game, as these guys get hyped up here on the floor. Looking at this record for the Fort Scott men's team, 14-12, as opposed to Highland Community's 17-10. But I was talking to my camera op, Ryan Jackson here, who's a baseball player here at Fort Scott, and we were talking about common opponents, and really these two teams, very similar results when it comes to common opponents. A lot of the really good teams in the KJCCC, they've fallen short of, and a lot of the really good teams in the KJCCC. It's been, pretty similar results for both squads. So with that being said, earlier on this season, these two teams met. Fort Scott ended up taking the victory. Right now, Fort Scott sits at 5-4 in the conference, which puts them at third, right behind Allen County at 7-3 and Johnson County at 10-0. Behind them is Neosho County at 4-5, and then Highland tied at 4-5 as well for fourth with Neosho County, but with, I believe they don't have that head-to-head. So that is the deal breaker for them. And then Kansas City, Kansas at 3-6, Labette at 0-10. And Kansas City, Kansas, one of those teams that did pull off a big upset as of recent against this Highland team. So keeping an eye on that as we look forward to this game and what all it has in store for us. But looking at these last couple games for Highland, like I said, Kansas City, Kansas, a loss 64-69, only a 5-point loss. But other than that, in the last 4 games, they've gone 2-2. Johnson County was their other loss. Metropolitan and Labette were their 2 wins. For Fort Scott, talked about their 3-game losing streak, and this team has been a tale of spells. Other than one loss at Johnson County Monday, the 26th of January, that was their only single loss or win streak. Every other time, a win has been followed by a win or a loss has been followed by a loss. And actually, I say that. That was incorrect. North Central Missouri College on December 6th was followed by a win versus Sterling here on the 9th. But that was a bit of a gap. That was over a month in difference. A little bit of a different thing. But, just looking across at the beginning of the schedule, starting off 0-3, then going to 3-3. Now, 4 losses later, you're 3-7 on the season. You're feeling like we're not really in good shape. Well, pick up 2 wins, all of a sudden you're 5-7. Get 1 loss, 5-8. Then a huge win streak of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boosts you to a winning record. You lose to Johnson County. Then you go back on another 4-game win streak, and then the 3-game loss streak. So it's been just a very hectic season for this Fort Scott team, a season of highs and lows, and looking forward to seeing if they are going to continue that losing streak here or hop on a win streak, maybe grab another win against Kansas City, Kansas, and then another against Labette County on the 28th, Saturday at Labette County. They've got their last home game against Kansas City, Kansas at 7:30, Wednesday the 25th. That's next Wednesday. And then after that, you got the Region 6 opening round on Tuesday the 3rd, followed by Friday the 6th, and that'll go into Saturday the 7th, and then the NJCAA Championship will be held on Monday the 16th of March. We'll step aside as we've got 3 minutes to the opening tip. We'll be right back with starting lineups for this Greyhounds Scotty matchup.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom
Reaching residential areas?
and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Highland's band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all.
And we are back on Fort Scott Sports Live. I'll reset the scoreboard here as they announce starters. Starting off for Highland Community will be, so I can get their roster pulled up, number 4, 6'5" sophomore guard, or sophomore wing from Kansas City, Missouri, Tavian Tate, followed by number 12, the 6'3" freshman guard from Las Vegas, Nevada, E.J. Coleman. Number 14, the 5'10" sophomore guard from Columbia, South Carolina, K.J. Rowan Jr. Number 23, the 6'4" freshman guard from Las Vegas, Nevada, Colton Knoll. And number 30, the 6'7" freshman forward from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Jaden Williams. On the other side, starting off number 1, the 5'8" sophomore guard from Fort Worth, Texas, Jaden Hollis. Number 3, the 6-foot freshman guard from Colorado Springs, Jatwan Mike. Number 5, the 6'4" sophomore forward from Dallas, Texas, Devin Boone. Number 12, the 6'2" sophomore guard from Hong Kong, Marco Taft. And number 13, the 6'7" freshman forward from Garnett, Kansas, Noah Porter. So Cass Henry no longer in that starting 5 for Fort Scott. As Marco Taft takes that position here late in the season. Porter and Williams, the jump men today. And it's up. Porter does get it to Boone. Boone gets it to Hollis. And now we start the men's game underway. 20 minutes to half. As Porter works it to Taft. Boone now down in the post. Gets around a man and drops in the 2. One of the things you look for out of these teams that kind of struggle with scoring sprees is opening up 2 points. Getting the points early on the board, as well as getting a lead early. Here's a pull-up from the elbow, and that's good from Tavion Tate. Boone gets it down low to Porter, trying to work against Williams. It's blocked. He collects it again, now works it to the glass and gets another double on the board. Only a minute gone, and both of these teams already showing their high intensity. So you've got a foul called. Foul called against Devin Boone. Will be the first personal and team, first of the game. Here's Williams trying to post up against Porter. It's blocked. Mike collects it as he was coming in for the pickpocket. And now down the floor as Boone dishes to Taft. Now looking inside to Porter. This one's tapped out, but a collision causes the Greyhounds to take back over. Hollis trying to drive the interior, working against Rowan Jr. Boone pulls up from the corner, can't get it to go, and it's rebounded by Tate. Tate over to Williams, who hands off to Knoll, lays it off the glass and in on a physical 2. Boone trying to drive the paint. Forced to kick back out to Taft. And now Porter finds himself at the top of the key. Hand off Hollis. Hollis looking inside, catches Boone on the backdoor cut, but cannot connect. This one poked out. Hollis does get the ball loose, but gets a foul called in the process. Now, the inbound getting to Rowan Jr. Hand off. As this one's poked out, Taft with it this time. Fakes the first, goes up for the second. Mike tries to get the rebound, but can't reel it in as Tate strips it from his grasp. Down the floor with Rowan Jr. Knoll over to Williams, and now Tate. Trying to work his way inside, and we've got a jump ball. Inbound gets to Tavion Tate, who kicks out. This is Coleman, dishes to Knoll, and in for two. Great ball movement there on both halves of the possession. Forcing this Fort Scott defense to move. Boone, 5 seconds. Drives, puts up a mid-range two. This one reeled in by Taft, who delivers to Mike, and a foul called. As it was Rowan Jr. Hollis to Porter, now down low as Boone gets fouled. This time against Tavion Tate. And another inbound coming. Porter gets it, works to the inside, and in for two. Down the floor with E.J. Coleman. Blocked by Porter and touched by Boone as they were trying to save it. 15:51 on the floor. Got a timeout for media. 6-6 is the score. We'll take a break and we'll be right back after this.
Selling equipment can be a hassle. Whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire, the time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman and Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 or learn more at BigIronAuctions.com. Call service is outstanding in their field, especially for those that are stuck, well, outstanding in their field. Calls carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Calls continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much more. If you're in the market for new tires in Southeast Kansas, make the right call to Call Service, 620-724-4121. See more at callservicellc.com. You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding.
And we're back on Fort Scott Sports Live, presented by Crochan. 15:51 to go here in the first half. Xavier January checks in alongside McKayan Hastings for Jaden Hollis and Marco Taft. Tate gets blocked. Big swat from Xavier January. And now Rowan Jr. tosses one off the rim. Noah Porter will draw a foul here. And now a substitution from Highland Community. Coming in for them, Takeo Moore, the 6'7" sophomore. Comes in for Jaden Williams. This one gets into Devin Boone. And I said he subbed in for Hollis. It was actually J-Twan Mike who had to step out for McKayan Hastings. Hastings works it to Porter. A great find. Foul called, and Porter headed to the line. Porter, one of the leading scorers for the Greyhounds, has been a huge part of the success and those win streaks that we talked about in the pregame. But really, this team coming together has been the biggest part of all. Being able to work together, the synergy and chemistry looking flawless on the floor at times. So this one's poked out by Boone. Him and Hastings working together right there, showcasing their ability to communicate without having to say the word. Rowan over to the new man, or not the new man, Coleman out to Rowan, airballs it, and now the save gets to Hollis. Boone, transition to January, back out to Hastings, and now they'll continue on the perimeter. Porter, Hollis, trying to work it to the inside, passes it around. Boone finds himself on the perimeter, slips and falls, and now it's a takeaway for Colton Knoll, who works it back over to Moore. Rowan's gonna reset from half court. Moore gives it over to Coleman. 9 seconds on the shot clock. Knoll kicks out, Rowan for the three. Off the rim and out of bounds. Hollis to Hastings as January loses it into the hands of Tate, who had a man running down the floor, and Takeo Moore. Rowan, who has missed on the last 3 possessions. 0 for 3 from outside the arc for Rowan Jr. And now this one poked out by Hollis. J-Twan Mike gonna hit the scores table and check in for Devin Boone, which will call for a substitution here for Highland Community. The Scotties bring in Gavin Grubbs for Rowan Jr. And Rowan Jr. expressing his frustrations here, as that one's blocked by Mike. Oh no, that wasn't Mike, that was Xavier January flying across the floor. Xavier January with a couple of blocks already. Some big time plays here from this Fort Scott defense. January trying to work the baseline, and it's stripped away. Working down the floor into the hands of Coleman, and they lay it in for 2. Hollis trying to work it to the interior. He's fouled and will be shooting 2 coming up next. First one does not fall for Hollis. Trying to separate these 2 scores. Tied up at 8 apiece with 12:39 to go. Second, no dice either. Rebound Coleman. As Coleman dishes it off, working to the inside and laying it in is Moore. And now a fast transition down the floor for the Greyhounds. Porter tries to step inside and a travel called. Cass Henry and Marco Taft will check in for Xavier January and Noah Porter. And foul called on this half of the floor. That will go to McKay and Hastings. Down the floor as they get the shot clock reset. Grubbs. They get it over to Knoll. Now Tate. Charge foul called as Tate pushes his way inside. Hollis hit the deck. And now we've got another timeout here on the floor. 11:52 remaining in the first half. And we will be right back after this break.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawl Can's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawl Can. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom
Reaching residential areas.
and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast.
And we're back. Stay tuned as I believe we have court warming coming up here after the first half of the men's game. So stay tuned for that. And now coming down the floor, Jaden Hollis works it over to Henry, and now Taft. Back out, Hollis for the triple to try and take the lead back, does not get it. Rebound Coleman. Moore over to Knoll. Knoll now trying for the triple, and he gets it. Hollis. Over to Taft. Now Henry. Back out. Working the perimeter now with Hollis as he takes a long 2. Won't connect. Knoll grabs the rebound off the glass, and it's back the other way. Working with the new face, DJ Thomas, who hit the floor just recently. And now Moore, or no, Coleman, his shot blocked. As that one blocked by Moore, and foul called. That sends the Greyhounds into single bonus here for the first half, as Hollis misses on the first. Hollis was unable to grab either of the two on his first visit. Now misses the first. 0 for 3 on the day, now 0 for 4. As Rowan Jr. checks back in. Knoll pulls up from the elbow and gets it to fall. Foul called on the floor after the fact. They'll call the bucket good. And this will actually give the Scotties an extra possession. That's now 7 unanswered. Rowan gets it in to Knoll, who kicks out, back around. Here's Coleman, looking for a driving lane with less than 10 to go on the shot clock. Can't connect, and now J-Twan Mike has been poked in the eye. Coming down the floor a little slow. Porter, work it back around to him. Back to Boone. Porter over to Hollis. Hollis trying to work his way inside, delivers to Porter. This one stripped away, but not in time. It'll be a jump ball first. Hastings comes in for Mike as he gets the inbound. Porter with a fading three at the buzzer. What a shot from Noah Porter. Now to try and answer. Knoll does. As Porter takes to the glass. That one blocked. Porter gathers his own rebound and it's stripped out of bounds on the Scotties. A big block by Takeo Moore there at the end of that possession, as he will check out for Williams again. And now another one knocked out of bounds. .21 seconds on the shot clock. They get it into Porter, this time with distance. So he hands it over to Hollis. Boone gets it back on the far side wing. 8 seconds. Hollis now catches a charge. Rowan takes it down the floor, and a 7-point lead here for the Scotties. That was the second foul called against Hollis, so he checked out for Cass Henry. Is now trying to take to the board is Coleman. Can't get it to go. Knoll going out of bounds. Had to try and save it and works it back in. Porter off the glass, can't get the first try. Fighting for it is Caden Knoll, or Colton Knoll, and he finally gets it. Here's a 3-ball. Goes up, no dice from DJ Thomas, and we've got a foul called. So they're going to call an intentional foul here, actually. And I believe they're going to go to the review and see if this is a flagrant. And I think it was initially called against E.J. Coleman. So we'll step aside for a moment. We'll be right back after this with the results.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawl Can's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawl Can. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over $750,000 Ref 48115. BigIronAuctions.com.
So now we will see what the verdict here is. It was against E.J. Coleman. It was an intentional foul. They're saying it was not a flagrant after the review, but it seemed as if he checked him coming down the floor. Okay, and Hastings takes it down the floor. Question there was whether or not it should have been 30 as the alley-oop to January just off the mark. Would have been a slam, as now we've got another off-ball foul here going against Jaden Williams. Takeo Moore is going to check in place. Hastings hands off. Boone over to Porter, and now January. January looking to drive. And he's called for a charge. And I gotta say, I think it's because of that extension of the elbow underneath. He just can't create that kind of space manually. These guys have great eyes on the floor, these officials. And now out of bounds on Highland as it goes back to the Greyhounds. January over to Henry. Henry dishes to Porter, now out to Hastings. Back around, Porter in the corner trying to drive the paint, kicks out, Henry for the triple, and he's got it. Great ball movement, a couple good looks there. But finally, Cass Henry decides he's going to pull the trigger on a three. And well-timed too, as now they transition it to Rowan. Knoll, ooh, big collision there. As Knoll stands up and is ready to go. And this tension raising even higher. Both sides wanting some kind of technical, as they miss on the free throw. This one a loose ball. Rowan trying to drive the paint, gets it to go. His first basket of the game. Boone over to Hastings. Back out to Henry and around to Boone again. Porter finds himself open in the corner. Now Boone gets a man to bite. Working it underneath. Henry goes up on the post. January tries to slam it home and cannot get it done. Out of bounds on the Greyhounds, headed back to the Scotties. Rowan Jr. down the floor. Now works it over to Coleman. Back around, Knoll for the three. Can't get it to fall, and it's out of bounds on the Scotties. Last touched by DJ Thomas. Henry to Porter. This arena just growing quiet there for a moment as Henry works it out to Hastings. Long three. Can't get it. Porter with a big save. Oh, I thought he saved it. Never mind. Not with a big save. So now Highland takes over in a 6-point lead. 4:40 to go here in the first half. Rowan Jr. over to Coleman, who looks to drive a floater too. Sets in. Hastings sprinting down the floor. January kicks out. And now looking for Cass Henry on the backdoor cut as they are on the floor for this. Who's going to come up with it? Jump ball called. As that will go back to the Scotties. J-Twan Mike comes in with Marco Taft. Cass Henry and Xavier January sub out, and Colton Knoll not aware of the pass there. Goes out of bounds. Boone gets it into Hastings. Guarded closely by Rowan. Mike over to Taft. Back over to Hastings. Quick dribbles. Boone keeps it on the outside. Taft with 4 seconds. Looks to drive the paint. Can't get it to hit the rim. And no rebound either as Knoll takes it down the floor for the Scotties. Pass inside and a big slam from Takeo Moore. 10-point game now. As Fort Scott wants a timeout with 3:30 remaining. We'll take a break. We'll be right back after this.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Highland's band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Back on Fort Scott Sports Live with 3.5 minutes to go here in the first half. This one's loose, poked out of the hands of Noah Porter. Now down the floor with Rowan Jr. They flip it over to Coleman. Interior pass is knocked loose, but they have to kick it out to the perimeter. Rowan can't get it to connect from 3. He's 0 for 4 tonight now. And now we've got an injury timeout. As coming off the floor will be Coleman. Coming in for him, Miguel Villegas from Topeka, Kansas. 6-foot redshirt freshman guard. As Colton Knoll tries to work it inside. No dice on the lay-in. Now down the floor as Boone tries to go up and a foul called. First one in for Boone. Second one does not fall, but Taft is unable to reel it in on the rebound. Had a couple chances and just not able to get it done. So now down the floor as there will be a foul called on McKay and Hastings, which will send Rowan Jr. to the line. First one's in for Rowan Jr. Second falls as well. Boone trying to work it inside. Kicks back out to Hastings, and now Hastings looking to drive. Lays it off the glass, won't go. Porter's put back, no dice either. Taft now taking to the paint, and a travel called. Knoll with it at the point. Kicks out. Here's Thomas. Working against Boone and in for two. (28-15). Hastings to make it a 10-point game. And he does. 90 seconds to go here in the first half. Knoll drives the base, lays it in for two. And now down the floor for the Greyhounds. Taft kicks out. Hastings for another. And he gets teed up. So Hastings got teed up. Which results in two free throws made from Miguel Villegas. And now he will have to take a seat here as Jaden Hollis comes back in. Rowan Jr. working against Hollis. That was the third foul against McKay and Hastings. And another screen foul here. This time called on Takeo Moore. As they're going to check in a new face, Xavier. Ikemefuna. Just trying to figure out how to pronounce that. Hollis kicks out to Boone. Boone back out. And around, Porter working on this close side as Boone flicks it out to Mike. With 4 seconds left, Porter makes a man jump, gets fouled, working his way inside. And now Noah Porter will be shooting free throws. High tensions here with 14 seconds to go here in the first half. Porter's first, good through the hoop. As Miles McMonigal will check in for Jaden Hollis. McMonigal was electric in the last game that we were here on Fort Scott Sports Live. As I look back at that schedule, let's see what that was. I believe it was Neosho County That was a 64-56 loss in the second half. A very close game down to the wire. McMonagle had a flurry of threes. So I'll pull up the box score here. Well, regardless, I can't get a hold of how many he had. See if I can find that for you guys here in a second. 1 second left. Knoll puts one up. Oh, very close call there for Colton Knoll. And that will be it for the first half. We'll head to a break. We'll be right back after this on Fort Scott Sports Live for the court warming.
You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation. Bid now, list now at BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Your home for live local sports.
The following candidates were chosen by their respective clubs or sports and were voted on by the student body and the Fort Scott Community College faculty and staff. Let me introduce you to the candidates. Queen candidate Madeline Cook is a freshman from the FSCC media team trio. Greyhounds
Your home for live, local sports. Varsity Sports Live delivers professional level coverage with high-quality video and broadcasters that know your schools and community.
Touchdown, Tonganoxie!
With the support of local businesses, you never pay to watch varsity sports. Live, local, free high school sports coverage. That's Varsity Sports Live.
Grass gets it away. Moore's down the middle. And he makes the catch in the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans!
Keep up with the action at varsitysportslive.com. Live, local, free high school sports.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here as part of Fort Scott Community College's John Deere Tech program. Maybe you belong here as part of the perennial playoff-bound Greyhound baseball team. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Selling equipment can be a hassle. Whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire, the time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman and Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 or learn more at bigironauctions.com. Call service is outstanding in their field, especially for those that are stuck, well, outstanding in their field. Calls carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Calls continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much more. If you're in the market for new tires in Southeast Kansas, make the right call to Call Service, 620-724-4121. See more at callservicellc.com. You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation. Bid now, list now at BigIronAuctions.com.
And we're back here on Fort Scott Sports Live. Just moments away from the second half of action. 20 minutes to go here in this contest after the court warming festivities. 3 minutes to go here in this halftime break as we will break down what went on in the first half. Right now, the story to be told is shooting percentage. Highland sitting at 48% as opposed to Fort Scott's 31. And Colton Knoll carrying a large portion of that weight right now, sitting at 6 for 8 for the Scotties, 2 for 3 outside of the arc. And I could have swore he had 3 already in this game. Maybe I just counted that miss as a loss or as a win for him. But regardless, the leading scorer right now at 14 points. 32-23 is the score, a 9-point lead right now as Highland and Fort Scott get ready. Right now, Noah Porter, leading scorer for the Greyhounds, sitting at 11. Everybody else 6 or less. McKay and Hastings at 6, Boone at 3, Henry at 3. Only 4 players to have reached the bottom of the bucket so far this afternoon on Fort Scott Sports Live for the men's team. So we will see if that continues. Looks like we've got a bit of an internet error here, so we'll take a break. We'll be right back.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
And we're back. 30 seconds to go. Just moments away from getting this one back underway. And half number 2. Fort Scott with a tall task here in half number 2. Trying to reel this one back in. We will see if they are able to. Hollis starts off with the ball here for the Greyhounds. This game is underway once more. Porter hands off, Boone over to Mike. Back around, Boone. Kicks out to Taft, 7 on the shot clock. Back out to Boone for the 3. It's strong-armed and off the backboard, no dice. But now a big takeaway as Hollis tries for the reverse and can't get that to fall either. Cross-court pass to Tate. Back over to Rowan Jr. at the logo. Three ball falls. Porter hands off, Taft lays it in for 2. Brings it back to a 10-point game. As down the floor for Colton Knoll. This one taken away again. Another big turnover as J-Twan Mike unable to capitalize. Rowan Jr. kicks out. Coleman back out to Jr. And now Knoll for the 3. Around to Mike, who wheels it out to Porter, and Taft works it inside, can't get it to fall. Williams with the rebound, up to a 13-point lead. Coleman, a great acrobatic layup, but a foul after the fact will leave Highland with the ball, even though they missed on the first try. This one on the floor for Colton Knoll. Hollis ends up with it. Can't connect on the 2. Porter now trying to push his way through, and just nothing. Nothing out of the Greyhounds right now. They are unable to connect from virtually anywhere. Rowan Jr. tries for a lay-in, and that can't go either. Very physical paint work here by both of these teams as Taft finally finds a lane and capitalizes on the opportunity. Coleman delivers to Knoll, who tries from the free throw line, gets his own rebound, and drops in another 2. Taft kicks out to Hollis and around to Mike. Coach Glover frustrated with the situation. A 13-point deficit as we will take a break. We'll be right back after this.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Your home for live, local sports. Varsity Sports Live delivers professional level coverage with high-quality video and broadcasters that know your schools and community.
Touchdown, Tonganoxie!
With the support of local businesses, you never pay to watch varsity sports. Live, local, free high school sports coverage. That's Varsity Sports Live.
Grass gets it away. Moore's down the middle. And he makes the catch in the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans!
Keep up with the action at varsitysportslive.com. Live, local, free high school sports.
40-27, 13-point lead for the Scotties. As Hollis gives off to Boone. Mike now works it over. Taft to Hollis. Hollis now driving, kicks back out. Taft with a driving lane. Can't connect, but he gets his own and drops in the 2. Here's a 3. Tate can't connect. Rebound Knoll and back out. Rowan drives in, kicks out. Knoll for the 3. Can't get it to go. And it's out of bounds on the Scotties. With that, we've got another break here for media. So we will step aside and take a second.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first.
And we're back. 15:49 on the clock. As down the floor here for Fort Scott is Jaden Hollis. Mike hands it off to Porter and now over to Xavier January, who checked in for Marco Taft. January trying to work the interior, tries to lay it over the rim and can't get it. And now back the other direction. And they're going to review this. as the official's going to take a look at it. Coach John Oler pretty frustrated with just about every call right now on the floor, as we will step aside for another moment and be right back.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here as part of Fort Scott Community College's John Deere Tech program. Maybe you belong here as part of the perennial playoff-bound Greyhound baseball team. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Selling equipment can be a hassle, whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire. The time and energy.
And we're back. 40-29. 11-point game here. As the call stands, goes back to the Scotties. Coleman over to Rowan, inside to Knoll, and back out. Coleman looking to drive, lays it off the glass and in. This Scotties team just not really wavering from the 13-point lead that they have put together. Knoll kicks out to Coleman after the rebound. And now Rowan. Work it to Williams for the 3. And he gets it to go. Got a foul called against Jaden Hollis. Which gives Highland Community the ball once again. And Williams trying to get the penta, and he does. 5 points on basically one possession there for Jaden Williams. Porter kicks out, Taft. Back inside, Porter at the post. Forced to kick out to January. And now January driving the paint, and it can't go. Xavier January, 3 possessions with solid looks at the rim, just unable to get him to connect. And now we've got a goaltending. And what happened here? So there was a foul after the fact. I'm so confused as to what just happened there. I believe Hastings was charged with his 4th foul. Now as Marco Taft gets a 2 to fall. Coleman all the way over to Rowan. Hands off, Knoll for the 2. Can't get it to go. Porter with the rebound. Hastings down the floor. Working on the perimeter out to Taft. And now finds Boone underneath. Gets fouled and will be shooting 2 with 13 minutes to go. That foul from E.J. Coleman, his 2nd. As Boone's 1st rattles out. Miles McMonigal going to check in for McKay and Hastings. As both Hastings and Hollis in some kind of foul trouble. Boone connects on his 2nd. 32-49. A 17-point game now as it stands. And this one kicked over for 3. Tate knocks it down to extend back to a 20-point lead. Jatwan Mike on defense was calling it out from the beginning. Knew that there was something wrong, had to step up against Knoll, and then Knoll delivered. Porter tries to answer, and he does. They get it inside, now back out. Rowan Jr. for 3, can't go. Rebound, Taft as Mike heads down the floor and lays it in. Trying to carry this momentum through the final 12 minutes here in Arnold Arena. Here's a 3 from Tate, and he does it again. Another triple from Tavion Tate. Taft gets it to McMonigal, now back out to Taft. Around, Boone. And charge called against Devin Boone. And we've got a timeout called here, as we will take a second and be right back after this.
Selling equipment can be a hassle, whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire. The time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman and Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 or learn more at BigIronAuctions.com. Call's service is outstanding in their field, especially for those that are stuck, well, outstanding in their field. Call's carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Call's continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much more. If you're in the market for new tires in Southeast Kansas, make the right call to Call's Service, 620-724-4121. See more at callservicellc.com. You've heard go big or go home at Big Iron.
55-37. As checking in now is Gavin Grubbs for Highland Community. Grubbs Swings it over to Tate. And now a takeaway. J-Twan Mike lays it in for another 2. Back down to 16 here. So they work it inside. Thomas trying to make his way to the post. Rebound, Boone. Hollis now back the other way. As Boone kicks over. McMonigle for the 3. Can't connect. And it's out of bounds. Stays with the Greyhounds on their side of the floor. 10:43 to go. Boone gets the inbound and cashes a 3. Back up top to Tate. Now working down low. Knoll takes to the glass and gets it to go. Hollis and Boone working the point. Porter now kicks out. Boone for the 3, and he connects. Down to 12 now. Grubbs over to Tate. Now back around. Thomas kicks out to Grubbs. Grubbs takes a mid-range 2 and gets it to fall. This one's loose. McMonigle picks it up. They kick it around. Boone from the same spot. This one off the mark. Now Boone was trying to work that one loose. Grubbs' feet were getting a little happy there. I think there should have been a travel. And then Boone charged with a foul there. Very interesting situation. This one's kicked out to Thomas. Around to Knoll. Knoll works it back to Thomas. Shot goes up and out of bounds on Takeo Moore. Porter with it now and draws a foul. Hollis inbound to Porter. Hands it back off to Hollis on the perimeter. Tries to take to the paint. Back out. Mike for the 3. Can't connect. Rebound Tate. Thomas now down the floor. Kicks out. Grubbs. Tate for the 3. Can't get it. Poked loose of Thomas. And out of bounds on Highland Community. Hollis drives inside, collapses the defense. Mike with a pass to McMonigle. And McMonigle hits a big 3 to cut it down to 11. Inside of 8 to go. Grubbs works it to Knoll, but it's loose. McMonigle's got it. Now Porter takes to the paint. No call there. It's been a physical paint battle on both sides of the ball. Takeo Moore tries to go up. Now Hollis. He will be fouled. That foul called against Colton Knoll. And timeout called. We will take a break. We'll be right back after this. Tension's high.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast CrawlCan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the CrawlCan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what.
Back on here. As down the floor, Hollis for the Greyhounds. Fort Scott's been able to weave their way to an 11-point deficit as Mike takes the 3, can't connect. This one's on the floor and picked up by Tavion Tate. Grubbs trying to work his way inside, kicks out to Knoll, and Knoll has been electric for this Highland team. Right now the leading scorer with 24 on the contest. Nobody else even in the double digits for the Scotties. J-Twan Mike driving in, kicks out. Taft goes to the rim, can't get the first one. The second try, no dice either. And now a jump ball. No, foul called. That one goes against DJ Thomas. Cass Henry comes in for Miles McMonagle. J-Twan Mike connects on the 2-point try. And now 6 minutes to go. Over to Tate. Tate gives it off to Thomas. Now Knoll will drive the paint and get it to go. Taft over to Henry, inside to Porter. Porter trying to post up. Back out to Hollis. Hollis kicks back to Taft, who finds Henry underneath and gets it to go. A great answer. Brings us down to 5 minutes. in the second half. 3 ball is good. That one off the hands of DJ Thomas, as Hollis will take down the floor and give to Porter. Foul called. Goes against Takea Moore. That's his third. Devin Boone will check in for Cass Henry. As Hollis calls the inbound play. Porter back to Hollis, and now Porter for the three. Doesn't go. And we've got another foul called. This time on the rebound, and it goes against Tavion Tate. That's his third. Hastings checks in for J-Twan Mike. With 4:30 to go, Hastings has 4 fouls, so keeping an eye on him. As the inbound gets to Porter, hands off Hollis. Hollis now trying to work his way around, and a block foul. Jaden Williams ready to check in as Takeo Moore is going to check out for him, and now bonus here for the Greyhounds as Hollis will do 1 and 1. Hollis connects on the first. Oh, I've got the score all wrong, man. (53-67). As Knoll tries to drive, kicks out, Thomas for 3, can't get it. Hollis grabs the rebound and now speeds his way down the floor. Past 2 defenders, tries for the layup and can't get it. Now Grubbs, working against Hollis, delivers to Williams. Back out, Tate for the 3, and he finds it. Back up to 17. Boone to Hastings. Hastings drives, kicks out, Taft for 3. And that would have been a good 3-ball. And they're going to review this one to see if the shot is good or if the shot got off in time. Regardless, McKay and Hastings will be shooting 2. So we will step aside and be right back. 3:30 to go.
You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation. Bid now, list now at BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Your home for live, local sports. Varsity Sports Live delivers professional level coverage with high-quality video and broadcasters that know your schools and community.
Touchdown, Tonganoxie!
With the support of local businesses, you never pay to watch varsity sports. Live, local, free high school sports coverage. That's Varsity Sports Live.
Grass gets it away. Moore's down the middle. And he makes the catch in the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans.
Hastings drains the first. They said the three-pointer did not count. Foul was initiated before and goes 2 for 2 on that visit. Tavion Tate taking it down the floor, deep ball to Knoll, and it's batted into the hands of Grubbs. Williams with the drop in. Jaden Hollis. Boone over to Taft. Inside Porter. And that won't go. Rebounded by Knoll. They find Knoll in the paint. Kick out, Grubbs for three. Can't connect. Hollis with the board. Boone trying to drive the baseline. Taft works it over to Hastings, and now Porter. Hollis finds Boone, and Taft over to Porter. Back to Hollis on the base. 6 seconds on the shot clock as Taft pulls up from range and drills it. This one's loose. Devin Boone kicks it to Hastings. Taft inside to Porter. Won't go on the first, and now Porter fouled on the third attempt. 2:02, a chance to bring it back to a 12-point game. First one from Porter does not go. As Grubbs and Thomas both take a seat for Rowan and Coleman. Porter knocks down the second. J-Twan Mike checks in place of Noah Porter. Trap set on Rowan Jr. as now Coleman will give off to Rowan. And foul called. Williams working the inside and gets the buckets after the inbound for Highland Community. Hastings, step back three, can't get it to fall. Taft trying to work it out of the hands of Colton Knoll. And a jump ball called as the Scotties retain possession in a 15-point game. Boone checks out for Noah Porter. Inbound gets to Porter. Hands off, Hollis. Hollis's pass knocked out of bounds by Rowan Jr. Hollis once again on the inbound. Gets it to Porter. Now across as we've got a foul called. Once again, Porter headed to the line now. That foul called against KJ Rowan Jr. And Porter's first does not go. It's double bonus, so they'll get a second regardless. Porter's second goes. 74-60. And foul called. So now Colton Knoll will head to the line here. 14-point game. Jaden Hollis fouls out. And gets teed up in the process. So So Tate shooting 2 technical shots. A minute 21 to go here. This game pretty well over at this point after the technical. And now we've got free throws coming up for Colton Knoll as well. 1-1. Rebounded by January. Jatwan Mike tries for the reverse and too high. 16-point lead here. Just over a minute to go. Knoll gets the inbound. Works it over to Rowan. Now down the floor to Williams, who slams it home. And foul called as McKay and Hastings was coming down the floor. Goes against Colton Knoll. That's his 4th. .57 seconds as Hastings knocks down the first. And here on court warming night, it appears the Greyhounds will come up empty-handed against Highland Community. After both teams beat them, or not, well, the girls team did not beat them earlier this season, but the boys team did. Men's team won earlier this season, but both teams in prime position to take the victory tonight. With all the motivation too, and just unable to connect. Tate's first, off the rim and out. Now Hastings down the floor in a 16-point game. Long three, won't go. It's rebounded out of bounds off of the hands of Tate. 44 seconds to go. Inbound goes to Porter. Back over to Hastings. And out to Mike for the three. Can't connect. Hastings gets the rebound and kicks out. January takes to the glass. Can't get it to fall. And another foul called. This time on E.J. Coleman. First one off the mark from January. Second one doesn't go either. Knocked out of bounds by the Greyhounds. 24 seconds. 0.2 seconds separating shot and game clock. Foul called, as this will be an inbound here for Fort Scott. 0.1 second separating. Well, not anymore. I think this game clock's going faster than the shot. Hastings pulls up for three, leaves it short. Knoll now down the floor. And now got a foul called. Foul called on J-Twan Mike as well as Tavion Tate. So Tavion Tate fouls out. 4 seconds left. And E.J. Coleman dribbles it out. Final score 78-62 here on court warming night on Fort Scott Sports Live. A disappointing way to end the night as Highland Community looked like a chance for this team to gather up another win streak at the end of the season. But we'll have to wait until event next week for that to start. On Fort Scott Sports Live, I'm Drake Miller. I will sign us off here for tonight. And that will do it for our broadcast. Once again, we will see you next time. I believe we have next Wednesday on the schedule. That we do against Kansas City, Kansas. That'll be the final home showdown for the Greyhounds. So stay tuned for that. That'll be a fun one. Hopefully 2 wins on that night as well. So once again, thank you for watching. Have a great night, and we hope to see you all next time.
From the gridiron to the hardcourt, the pitch to the mat, don't miss any of the action. We're there with live, local sports coverage at VarsitySportsLive.com.